Hi, everybody.
It would be wonderful if everybody could please take their seats, and if you're at our bar, that's okay. You can still stay in line. Alrighty, let's get this started. So, hello and welcome to the 2021 Anam Cara Gala. My name is Kaylee Olney, as I said previously, and I am the 2021 Arizona Colleen. And I am going to be your MC tonight. So, if you could please join me in thanking Len Wood from the Phoenix Pipe Band for his piping for this evening. As you are watching, you will see scenes from filmmaker and ICLF friend Maddie Steinkep. It is so great to see so many people here this evening together to celebrate the Arizona Irish community. It goes without saying, it has been a tough 2 years, but we are honored to have you all here tonight to celebrate our friends and our 4 incredible honorees. Anam Cara, which means soul friend, began more than a decade ago as a way to recognize and honor the hard work, dedication, and legacy members of the AZ Irish community that we have made. Such awardees as the late Senator John McCain, Super Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor, ICLF founding member Bill O'Brien, late Shamrock CEO Norman McClelland, and legendary Mary Moriarty, and so many more. In just a few minutes, we will release you for your dinner. I know that's what you're waiting for. And Kira and Lynn will come to your tables to excuse you. While you are waiting, you can use your mobile devices to bid on our silent auction and 50/50 raffle right from your seats. We have great prizes, including Arizona Diamondbacks tickets, Arizona Opera tickets, that's what I'm going for, a signed Cardinals football, spa certificates, and more. Help us reach our fundraising goal, and to our friends watching at home, we hope that you are enjoying a glass of wine or a pint, and we know you are here in spirit. While we are releasing you, we are thrilled to give you a performance from a few dancers from the esteemed Bracken School of Irish Dance.
Please welcome the Bracken School of Irish Dance.
Hello, everybody. We are going to be releasing your tables for dinner, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy.
Then you drop what you were doing and you join the merry mob.
Hey everybody, this is just a reminder that in order to participate in our silent auction, you can use the QR code on your tables. Just scan it with your phones and you'll be able to participate. Thank you. Alrighty. Hello, everybody. If I could just get a moment of your time, please. Okay, so we wanted to remind everybody to please keep your voices down during our event tonight, just because we have friends at home watching, and we want to make sure that they're able to hear us throughout the night. So without further ado, I know people are still getting their plates, but we are going to continue on with our program so that we can get to the good stuff of the evening, such as the awards and the Black Donnellys Dublin from Las Vegas. I would first like to welcome up Chaz Moore, Cultural and Library Director of the Irish Cultural and Learning Foundation, to make a few remarks.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? This is a hard act to compete with a dinner, but I'll do them the best I can here. But I bring greetings from Shamrock Foods Company, the McClelland family, who are unable to be here tonight due to one of their many out-of-town regional customer events. But they send their congratulations to this year's award. I don't need this stupid thing. What am I doing here? Get so used to wearing it, I can't take it off. They want to send their congratulations to the awardees tonight and wish you all well tonight. We do have a couple of representatives here from the McClelland family. Jimmy and Sheila Parker, I know you're out there somewhere, welcome. And also Patrick and Robin Greiner. Patrick was the general contractor for the library building, and we now know that he's the vice president of construction and engineering at Shamrock. So welcome, you guys. Thanks for all your support for over the years. It's really fantastic to see such a great crowd here tonight and so many familiar faces. This really feels like a family reunion as I walked around and people walked through the library tonight. And I think many of us haven't been out and done much over the last year and a half, so it's really great to get together. And there's so many of you that have been dedicated members of the community. Many of you have supported the Irish community for decades, really a long time. It's wonderful to see so many families of the founders here, and I can't remember the last time that we had so many of the founders here. I'd like to just recognize Sean and Janet Lee family. Now, you're not going to see them here. They're out in TV, internet land, watching in. So welcome, you guys. The Pryors are here in great force tonight. And then, of course, Jim and Judy Cunningham family are here. There you go. You can always hear where the Cunninghams are sitting at these events. And we have a whole gaggle of Cunninghams here tonight, which is great to see. And, of course, Frank Levy and his family. I know oh, my God, they're even louder. Every year, Frank brings more and more people. Now we've got 2 tables of Levy's this year, and we're going to run out of space pretty soon. And one of our honorees tonight, we're very welcome to have back Seamus King and Alexandra Seals, who are 2 of the founders. Now, we have a founder's plaque inside the Great Hall for those who were lucky enough to be strong-armed by Bill O'Brien 25 years ago. And in order to get on the plaque, you had to like cough up cash. But there's a lot of people out there that didn't have enough cash at the time, like Jim Doherty and Ann Doherty and all sorts of people that have been around here and worked and put in so much time to build this center, Mary Moriarty and the whole gang. Anyway, I want to also recognize Steve Gumis tonight. Steve, where are you? Are you here somewhere? There he is. When you go in the back there, take a look at the famine pot, because Steve donated that to us. I don't know how the heck he got this over here from Northern Ireland, but it's here, and it's a wonderful thing. There's a little plaque there about what townland it came from and the story behind having that donated to the center here. Many of the regular services that we have at the library and the ICC, I'd be here all night talking about it. So I just want to say we had to transition everything over the last year and a half, and it was done very skillfully by our small but dedicated staff. Lynn Cosgrove and Kira Archer for the ICC side have worked with Kelly Bechtel and our staff in the library to transition just about everything we had here in services and events over to a virtual environment. And of course, the old geezers like me that are still carrying flip phones around have trouble with Zoom and all that stuff. But with the people that we have on staff, we've made kind of a seamless transition. Now everybody wants to keep doing this virtually or through a hybrid. I want to thank Caroline Woodeel, who's out viewing and monitoring in TV land for her work, in spearheading two of our large displays that we just opened, our immigration display. And that was funded by the Irish government through the Immigration Support Program. And we'll be hearing a little bit more about that later because our Consul General is here tonight. Our new Irish in Arizona display also was coordinated by Caroline. It was inspired based on the great work of Janice Bryson, who's out there tonight, of course. Thank you, Janice. I'd like to also acknowledge our other dedicated library staff, past and present. Kelsey Kelleher is here tonight. So thank you, Kelsey. Kelly, Sean, and Lisa, our new library assistant. There's really too many things to mention, but with our ESP funding, we were able to put up an immigration display, expand our fiction and biography and immigration collections. So be sure to come back when we start opening up. You can go online and find out that you can check out books virtually and online, and you can pick them up here. So please go online and look at what we have going on right now because it's really fantastic. The really exciting news is next year, 1922, is going to be an important year for us here at the ICC and McClelland Library. First of all, we'll be celebrating the 100-year anniversary of the publication of James Joyce's Ulysses, which of course we celebrate every summer with our great Bloomsday Beer Fest in June. 2022 will also be the 100-year anniversary of Shamrock Foods Company, which started in Tucson 100 years ago, or 99 years ago, in an adobe house and a little cup of milk pails. So incredible story there. And we'll also be commemorating many of the seminal events in Irish history that took place in 1921 to 1923. At the same time, we're updating our popular 1916 exhibit that we premiered several years ago, bringing it up to the present and tying into the commemorations from 100 years ago with the Anglo-Irish War, the founding of the Irish Free State, and other major events of that period. So most of you know the Irish in Arizona go back a long way. Over 200 years have been documented, and probably longer than that. The center was a dream for so many in the Irish community for those 2 centuries. Jim Cunningham Sr. and the founder of the St. Patrick's Day Parade dreamt of a clubhouse 75 years ago in the 50s, where everybody could go after the St. Patrick's Day Parade and have a little party in a little clubhouse. Well, you can see, and especially those of you here for the first time, that this is quite a clubhouse we got. And it's really due to all of you out there who have spent decades and decades and hours building this great organization. But, you know, we're always looking for another reason to celebrate. So next year we have another celebration, and that's the 10-year anniversary of the McClelland Library. And I can't believe it's been 9 years. But all I can say is stay tuned. There's a lot more coming soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chaz. I know I speak for everyone when we discuss how amazing this center is and how excited we are to be celebrating 10 years of this iconic place. So, all right, up next we are going to be having Kira Archer, who is the operations director for the ICLF, and she's going to share a few words with us.
Hi, everybody, I'm back. How are we enjoying our dinner? Big shout out to Creations and Cuisine Catering for providing the food this evening. Very grateful. Thank you so much for being here. This is definitely a labor of love, as anybody who's been involved with a big event knows. It's been several months of running around and making sure we aren't chickens with our heads cut off. But I do have a few thank yous to make and a few announcements, but I'm going to keep it short, sweet, and to the point so we can get to partying. This year, the ICC has done over $100,000 in programming, which is incredible. And that is because of people like you who show up to events, who donate, who support. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, we couldn't do what we do. And really, what would the point be if we did things and people didn't come? So thank you very, very much. We're really excited to say that during the pandemic, we doubled our general donations, which is incredible, again, from the generosity of people like you. So give yourselves a round of applause for being so supportive and for showing up really when our community needed it. We were able to provide a lot of programming online, as Chaz mentioned, and have lots of things coming up. We're excited to have our retail space up and going. We are working to get that going. It's been something we've talked about for a decade. We're coming for you. We are building a cafe, a small gift shop. It's going to be wonderful, but we need your help. We need your support. We need you to show up. We need to talk to your friends. Help us make that room that's been sitting there for 10 years something to be proud of, and I know we can do it. Exactly. We're really excited. Thank you to Sean Lee, my co-chair on that program, who's watching from TV Land at home. Really excited. Our ESP program is going along, and we're very honored to receive funding from the Department of Foreign Affairs from Ireland, and for all of our supporters, the committee, thank you for everything you do. And just a few other thank yous to all of the staff, Kelly, Lisa, everybody who was here, my bartenders, Callan, Ash, and Chris. Thank you. I know it was a little rough at the beginning, but thank you for bearing with us. Thank you again to my Creations and Cuisine staff. Thank you to Phoenix Tech AV, who we love. Yes, they make all of this look beautiful, all of the screens. Thank you to Maddie for the lovely projections behind us. And also, if you were here during the week, we had our immersive Ireland experience, which was really fantastic. So thank you, Maddie. Thank you to our volunteers. We had Mallory, Cheryl, Kathleen, I can't see everybody back there. Megan, thank you, thank you, thank you. My mom and dad, who I drag into things, I'm sorry. Deborah, thank you so much. And Jessie, of course, my lovely darling. Thank you for showing up and for putting up with me all the time. Thank you to my co-chair for this event, Laddie Guy Shane, who's on our board, who answers my frantic text messages at 1 in the morning. I appreciate you. Thanks for helping make this happen. Mary Moriarty, whoever you are somewhere. I couldn't get away from you if I tried, and I wouldn't want to. So thank you very much for all of your guidance and wisdom, and for actually sitting down and enjoying a meal during a big event. I think I speak for the community when I say this is a rare sight, everybody. She's sitting down. Thank you to the board, ICLF board. We'll have you recognized in a little bit, but thank you so much for your support and for showing up and for supporting our community. To our honorees, congratulations. You joined a very long legacy, and we're very honored to include you in our midst this evening. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a very, very, very big special shout out to one very important person, Lynn Cosgrove, wherever she is. I don't know where you are. She is my right-hand gal. Anyone who's worked with me in the last year or plus knows that if you can't get a hold of me, you need to go to Lynn. And fun fact, I've been out with bronchitis and a sinus infection for the past week. I'm clear, though. Don't worry if you've touched me. So she's had to do a lot of the heavy lifting this week, and I would fall apart without her. So Lynn, wherever you are in the ethos, thank you. I love you very, very, very much. So we're going to continue on with the program. Again, use your phone. Pull out your phone. I know y'all have them. Pull up the silent auction. It's the QR code on all of your tables. Pull it up, donate. Let's get a bidding war going. We're really trying to raise some money here this evening. All of the funds will support our ongoing programs, our operations expenses, and also an exciting moment, our endowment fund, which Kaylee and Jeff is going to talk about in just a moment. So thank you very much for being here this evening, and we'll see you soon.
She said thank you to all of us, but we would be remiss not to say thank you to her. So thank you, Kira. Okay, so Kira is also in charge of the Arizona Colleen, which I am, and the Rose of Tralee programs. And just so I'm looking at all of the younger ladies in the crowd, we are always looking for more people to join our sisterhood. I want to know who I will crown next. So now, if you will direct your attention to the screen behind me, we have a quick message from our ICLF Secretary, Jeff Barnes. Jeff, unfortunately, couldn't make it tonight because his daughter is getting married, but we would like to welcome a huge congrats to Jeff and his family, and here we go.
Hi, my name is Jeff Barnes, and welcome to the 2021 Anam Cara Gala, and congratulations to this year's honorees, Thomas Bracken, Seamus King, Steve Goomis, and Brid Dower. The reason why I am talking, unfortunately I can't be there, but by the time you're listening to this, I will be walking my daughter down the aisle. She's getting married tonight, Saturday night. And so I wanted to pre-record this They asked me to pre-record, though. We've got a lot of exciting news this year. One of the things why I'm pre-recording it, I'm on the board of trustees. I'm the secretary, and kind of one of my pet projects that we've been working on for several years is we have partnered up with Merrill Lynch, and more information to come. But we now have set up a endowment fund, and now that we are a 501c3, you can help the center by donating, and also help yourself by getting a tax deduction. We'll probably have this on the website and more information, but a lot more exciting things to come, and I'm sure you'll be hearing about it tonight. I don't want to spoil anybody's excitement. So anyway, have a great time. I wish I was there. I'll be there next year, and you'll see me around the house. So talk to you soon. Bye.
Congratulations to the ICLF on this huge accomplishment, and you can learn more about how to contribute to the ICLF endowment later. Now, I would like to welcome to the stage Laddie Guy Shane, ICLF board member and co-chair of the Anam Cara Gala Committee.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name's Laddie Shane, and I am the co-chair of this evening's event. I know it is so wonderful to see so many people together like we've heard tonight, and it kind of reminds me of the first time I was here. I actually came here 6 years ago, so I'd say I'm probably newer to the community. And looking back at it, I came down here because a friend of mine said, oh, there's this concert going on down at the Irish Cultural Center. Your name's Laddie, so you have to be Irish. We should go. I said, okay. And I came down and found out it was a fundraiser for this young ambassador named Kira Archer. So I got talking to her, and then there was this lady named Mary working at the bar. And if any of you know, if you meet Mary and Kira, it's like the stars aligning that you are locked in for life. So the newcomers tonight, you've been warned, but we have fun, as you can see, so welcome. I just want to say, I know lockdown in the last 2 years hasn't been easy for anyone. We're all trying to find our new normal, and so is the Irish Cultural and Learning Foundation. And I wanted to recognize some of the work that's been going on during this new normal. You know, we've had food drives supporting the Navajo Nation that has been dramatically hit by COVID-19, and a lot of you were a part of that, so please give yourselves a round of a hand for helping with that. We've also had the start of the Immigration Support Program with the support of the LA General Consul's Office, and we are eternally grateful, and they are doing amazing work in our community. We've been out meeting and making new partnerships with groups and getting outside of our gates, working with our fellow cultural centers and building those relationships, but also working with new groups like the Arizona Craft Brewers Guild and One Community Foundation, which you'll hear more about later tonight. And the center and library has also been working tirelessly to reach you at home, getting programs virtually. Chaz talked about that a little bit, and Kira and Lynn and the team have just been working tirelessly to figure out in this new normal how we can continue that, where you can, I know we have some people watching from home tonight, that work is going to be extremely vital and will continue, so we continue to grow this amazing community. And then also we've been filling the calendar with some new events. We had a Harry Potter night, and that was pretty cool. I mean, look at it. We got a castle. Look at it. We have to do something with Harry Potter, right? And it was a huge success. We had people dressed up that had gone to Comic-Con and said this was better than anything there. And it's due to the dedication of our team working in this new normal. And so I just want to also just take a moment to recognize Kira, Lynn, and Chaz jumping into this. They have worked tirelessly to make these things happen, make everybody like us on the board look really good. So I just wanted to thank them for their dedication, and also the volunteers, the docents, and the affiliate groups that really bring people down here. You guys are the reason that this all works. This doesn't work if there's no people. And so I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart personally for making it happen. All this changes a lot. Thank you. All this changes a lot. And as a young person, I think, we're always looking how to move the needle, but I also want to say it's important for us to honor our past. And that's what we're doing here tonight. We're just honoring just 4 of the amazing people, and we've already mentioned some of the names of the leaders that have made this happen. And I love being a part of the ICLF because we are constantly talking about honoring our past and looking into the future. How do we continue to grow and bring people to the center? And so I also just wanted to recognize the importance of that as we continue to move forward, because we want to build a larger, inclusive, diverse Arizona Irish community. So I guess my ask for that is get involved if you're not involved. This is your first time here, grab me by the jacket. I would love to talk to you. We got a lot of ways for you to get involved. Affiliate groups, donate, join us and be a volunteer. We have a lot of fun. We want people to know more than shamrocks and green beer. We want to get them down here more, right? We want to break that cliche and get people down here and have some more fun, and we're working on that, and we want you all to be a part of it. This doesn't happen tonight without your support. And so, yes, I'm up here saying, open your pocketbooks or give us a little bit of your time. We've got some really cool things going on, and our team is working tirelessly, and we want you to be a part of it. There is something awesome happening here. We are going to own this new normal and bring people together during a time where people are desiring human connection and involvement. So there you go. So scan those QR codes and get bidding. There you go. Get going. But now I also want to talk about one of our very important partners, which is the City of Phoenix. We are so grateful to be working with them. We appreciate all the work that they do with us, especially reopening and having you all here tonight. If you did not know, the center rests in District 7, and so we have a new councilwoman, Yasmin Ansari, and she is in Glasgow right now working tirelessly for our community. But we are joined tonight by her Chief of Staff, Maria Lopez, and so please join me in welcoming Maria to the stage.
Might need some help lowering it just a little bit. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of Councilwoman Yasmin Ansari, who represents District 7 on the Phoenix City Council, and which is home to the lovely cultural center we are celebrating here tonight. I'm Maria, and I serve as her Chief of Staff. As Laddie mentioned, the Councilwoman can't join us as she is in Scotland representing all of us actually at the United Nations climate conferences. As a former climate advisor herself, she is so excited to be there to showcase innovative solutions happening right here in Phoenix, but more importantly, learn from other cities and countries on best solutions that we can replicate here at home. She sends her congratulations and wants to emphasize how much she is looking forward to being a partner that helps advance diversity, community here in Phoenix. We are in such a special place, right by Hance Park, right along light rail, and this is a center that visitors and residents alike can find and learn about the great Irish community and Celtic culture that can be found. I understand we are also honoring great community leaders who share that mission. And we have the honor to be joined by new Consul General Marcella Smith, who I was able to meet earlier tonight. So please give her a round of applause. I was able to speak with her and Doreen, and Laddie beat me to it, but very impressed with the work that they did to help Navajo Nation when the culture itself couldn't be open. Community centers like this one are so critical. They are homes away from home, and they help showcase the vibrancy of Phoenix. And through the pandemic, the city relied on them heavily to not only get aid, but critical information from trusted sources out in the community. Councilwoman Ansari is also the first Iranian American to be elected in the state of Arizona. So that deserves a round of applause. And one more, she's actually the youngest woman ever elected to the Phoenix City Council. So helping advance and tell the story of Phoenix, which you all can help do as well, is very important to her. She is deeply committed to helping advance all cultures, and one that we are so happy you are able to help us tell. Just with hearing what the new businesses going down on the retail floor, Laddie and I already exchanged ideas on multiple events we can host here. And thank you again. Congratulations on such a beautiful, colorful event.
And thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Laddie and Maria. It is my pleasure to introduce now to the stage Leslie Thompson, ICLF President, to make a few remarks.
Dios Miriva Cordia, Tá Fulta Road Gadian Iha Allin Anocht, Thon I'm sure go hauling August is Farna Dinner. It's Michelle Leslie Nee Thompson, Tommy Aspalia Clea and in a Coney at Chandler. It's my pleasure to welcome you tonight. I said the weather is beautiful, but the people are even greater, so thank you all for coming out this evening. My name is Leslie Thompson. I'll be very brief. I'm from Dublin originally with the lads here. My grandfather was a cooper, which is a barrel maker in Guinnesses. So I grew up behind the brewery with the smell. And my siblings and my family are all watching online as well. So I will honor as well that staff, they have done an incredible job. It makes my job as leader of the Board of Trustees much easier when I have a board that supports us, a community that supports us, and the staff here that have just done a phenomenal job paying the bills, keeping the staff here, and looking forward to the future. So we're very, very excited about what we're going to bring to you for programming here in the future. It's also my honor. Last year we've talked about how difficult the year has been for everybody. I also want to acknowledge those we have lost. Many of the community struggled losing loved ones. We had a lovely bereavement event earlier on in the year to honor those people. So take a moment tonight and remember the loved ones that aren't here and that are part of our family and part of our memories. One of the other challenging things that we did, that we were honored to do, was that support of the Navajo Nation when they were during the pandemic. For those of you that are Irish born and went through the Irish education system, we all knew the story during the famine, where not only of Trevelyan's corn that was delivered to the Irish people, but also of the Choctaw Nation that contributed to the famine during that time. A small amount of money at that point to us, but a huge amount of money to them. And there is a monument in Mitchelstown in County Cork to honour that donation. So it was an easy answer, although a few people thought, why are we doing this? It was an easy answer for us in the Irish community, along with the Irish around the world. The hall was filled with donations. The National Guard came in and we chucked them up. And I'm delighted and honoured to welcome Doreen McPaul here tonight. She is the Attorney General of the Navajo Nation. Without her, we would not have been able to do that and reciprocate that thanks. And she was the person receiving it all on the other end. So I'd like to welcome Doreen to come up and speak to you for a moment.
Yad she Doreen Nanaba McPaul Unishia, Kia Aninschle, Bilagana Bashishchi, Honatni Dashache, Bilagana Dashanella, Chinli Det Nasha, a court ego de Nedzanshle. Good evening. My name is Doreen McPaul, and I am an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I just introduced myself to you in my traditional language, in my traditional way, by identifying my 4 clans, which basically represent my 4 grandparents. My 4th clan is actually my Irish clan. My dad is a dual citizen of the United States and Ireland. He grew up on the Navajo Nation. So I was particularly touched by the Irish response to the Navajo Nation's struggles with COVID-19. As many of you know, during the pandemic, at the outset, the Navajo Nation at one point had the highest per capita rate of COVID-19 in the country. And many of you may know that the Navajo Nation and Ireland are almost identical in size. we aren't identical in population. So to have a space as large as Ireland, far less populated, to have the highest per capita in the United States was very trying. We had here tonight some bagpipes. We had some dance, some music, with people speaking in their traditional language. And I want to tell you that we have so much more in common than we have different. The things that we value that make us Irish, that make us Navajo, that make us whatever we are, include those things: the language, the music, the dance, the songs. And that's what we were trying to protect during COVID-19, is to make sure that our elders continue to teach those prayers and songs and all of those things. I have the distinct honor and privilege to be traveling to Ireland later this month to receive an award from the President of Ireland. Leslie's probably better to speak about the award itself than I am. I am just floored. Marcella called me from the Irish Consulate's office to tell me, and I just cried. It was overwhelming. It was as overwhelming as the response that came to the Navajo Nation. This entire hall, as Leslie said, was filled with everything you can imagine people would need to be able to stay at home in really remote areas. And I didn't ever get to see any of it here. I got to see FaceTime Live. I got to see people dropping off and picking up, and they did this over the course of several weekends. And when it was time to haul the supplies up to the Navajo Nation, we expected to maybe rent a U-Haul and haul it up. But the outpouring of support was just overwhelming, and we literally had to call the National Guard. And there were several trucks that came with a busload of National Guard men and women to load the supplies, travel 300 miles to the Navajo Nation, and I received it there in our Nakai Hall on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And it was just beautiful, and I want to share that there was one of those servicemen who was a member of the Navajo Nation, and so he got to go home as part of this. And on the receiving end, his family came to meet him there, and they brought traditional food, and they fed the entire busful of people. And they had just traveled 300 miles in these vehicles, and they were about a mile from the monument, Winderock itself, that you might recognize from photos, a giant hole in the sandstone where our government capital is. And so we transported them there in their huge vehicles so that they could see the monument that they otherwise would have missed. And also there's a statue at the monument of a Navajo code talker. And if you know the code talker story from World War II, it was just a nice way to commemorate what they were doing to help deliver the love and support that came from the community here. So I asked the AV guys if they would be willing to share a video that I did last year just in my office in Winderock. I worked really hard throughout the pandemic to keep my staff safe. I have a large staff. I oversee the Department of Justice and our Office of the Prosecutor. And my deputy and I literally made everybody go home, and we womaned the office alone, working 12 to 15, 17-hour days every day. And so I made this video in my office, just overwhelmed with joy. And it won't be in the video, but I will tell you now that I have an Irish flag hanging where all the other flags are in my office to honor that. And my first time off the nation last year was to come to the Anam Cara last year. It was my first time here. And I'm honored to be back again. And I want to say one without words, but I have a lot of words. I'm just really grateful for the love that has been shown to me. I think that once people realized that I had Irish ancestry, I said this morning, that I feel like the Irish community claimed me as one of their own. And it's really wonderful, and you guys have really put me up on the highest pedestal, and I don't feel like I deserve it, and I'm working really hard to own it, and I just really want to say thank you. Yat and falcha. She Dorina ba McPaul Kia Onion Schlibilagana Bashishi, Honaki Dashache Bilagana Dashanella, Chinley Detnasha. Ismisha Doreen. I am the Navajo Nation Attorney General and I oversee the Department of Justice. I also serve as the Donation Branch Chief for contributions coming to the Navajo Nation for COVID-19 relief. I wanted to send a special message of gratitude to the people of Ireland and of Irish descent that have donated to the Navajo Nation in these trying times in the memory of the Choctaw Aid to Ireland. I am especially proud of this response because of my own Irish heritage. When I introduced myself in Navajo, I identified my 4 clans, including my Irish clan. My father, Arthur Kerr Hobson Jr., is a dual citizen of the United States and Ireland, and he grew up right here on the Navajo Reservation. Our Irish family roots are in both County Armagh and County Laois, and the Hobsons in Ireland of Quaker stock were deeply committed to Irish culture through the GAA and the Gaelic League. My sister, who is also a lawyer, has spent much time in Ireland, so much so that 15 years ago she came home with an Irish husband from County Clare. His name is Jason Ryan. My nephews Liam, Aidan, Padraig, and my niece Saoirse are all Irish citizens like their father and like mine, and they are also enrolled members of the Navajo Nation. We are very proud of our dual heritage. If you didn't already know, Ireland and the Navajo Nation are almost identical in size, roughly 27,000 square miles. I've traveled all 4 provinces of Ireland, meeting many Irish people along the way. There are many similarities between our cultures, including our love of the land, our language, our songs, our dance, our sports, our people, and our history. Many parts of Ireland are actually very similar to the Navajo Reservation, with the vast farmlands and the herds of sheep and cattle. Just as the Irish use sheep wool to make textiles, so do the Navajo. We also have a shared history of oppression, and during the Irish famine, when the Choctaw Nation sent money to the Irish despite their own struggles, that gesture has become a symbol of paying it forward, and the Irish are paying it forward to the Navajo Nation. I was actually scheduled to be in Ireland in 1 month for Celtic Games in Killarney. My siblings and I have competed in the Scottish Highland Games for over 20 years, and my brother has competed as a professional Highland Games athlete, including in both Ireland and Scotland. I just want to say thank you for the Irish support and for the donations to the nation. I also want to thank the Irish Cultural Center of Arizona and the U.S. Irish Consulate for their continued support and for helping spread the word about the Navajo Nation's COVID-19 relief effort at www.navajo.fund. My hope is that the Navajo Nation will be able to pay it forward in honor of Ireland someday. Ahiahe, ga rev mil amwahagwev.
So congratulations again, Doreen, and we were delighted to nominate you for the Presidential Distinguished Service Award for Community, and let us know what Michael D. Higgins says when you get there. I would like to invite all the Board of Trustees, so ICLF Board of Trustees, if you could come up and join me on stage, please. Don't all rush at once. Hello. Yeah, they're coming. I can't see the lights. Yeah, here's Go for it. Inclusivity and diversity is important to our community and a part of the ICLF mission. It is my pleasure to invite the ICLF board here to join me in signing the One Community Pledge, the largest non-discrimination pledge in the country. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't sign that letter. I don't think I'm very picky. Pass it on there. You want to
Give it to Jim, yeah.
And then we'll get a picture, so don't leave.
Oh, that's a fancy signature. Are you like that? I'm just going to X marks the spot.
I have a myriad of green dresses from working at St. Mary's to here, but I'm like, oh, that was when I was 40. This one was
my daughter back then. I was like,
Don't worry, Frank, we'll come to you.
all right. Hey, Bree, how are you? You need to go in front and not behind you. Nora.
Let me get it to Frank in a minute. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I know your name so well. I have a pen. I said I know your name so well. I have a pen I shouldn't have.
I'll say good things.
All good things.
Anybody else?
Is Frank going to sign?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it down to him.
Okay.
Here, Leslie, go on the next line. Go on the big line.
Oh, there you are, right there. Bring it down to Frank earlier. Jeez, he's moving fairly fast all the time. I know.
Get a few drinks in.
For an old fella. Of course he has.
You wouldn't be Irish if you go home. He's going down.
Good man, Frank.
yeah.
That's what we do.
Good man, Frank.
Let's not have it tonight.
Okay, can we get a picture?
Can we get Frank?
Yeah.
Should we go down?
Yeah, well, you guys go down that
Frank,
way.
Frank,
We're going to go down there
Frank,
and get a picture with him.
hold on, because we're going to come down and get a picture with you.
No, go down to the side.
No, you can stay up on top.
We stay here.
He's going to, well, actually, I have 2 or 3 people down here with Frank.
That's good.
Please pause for a technical intermission. This is a very big deal, everybody. The largest non-discrimination pledge in the country. We're joining the likes of the City of Mesa, the City of Phoenix, lots of large organizations, the Cardinals, etc. So we're very honored to be able to participate and to sign the One Community Pledge. Okay, here, someone hold this. You're good.
We're gone.
Big round of applause for our ICLF board. You didn't know the entertainment of the evening was going to be signing a white page, but there you are.
You're introducing Tom? I'm introducing Tom. Yeah.
Congratulations again to the ICLF on this pledge, and thank you for making our community one of inclusion and diversity. Last but certainly not least, we are honored to have Marcella Smith, Consul General of Ireland to the Southwestern USA, here with us this evening to say a few words.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you? Excellent. I've been told since I arrived that people are having difficulty with my soft cabin lilt. So, do shout if you're finding it hard to hear me. Firstly, thank you so much for having me. First of all, My name is Marcella Smith. I am, as you've been told, the new Consul General of Ireland, based in Los Angeles, but I'm the new Consul General for the Western US. So having responsibility for, thank you. You're a very generous or else well-lubricated crowd. I don't know which. Either way, I appreciate it. So yes, having responsibility for Southern California, Nevada, Utah, Hawaii, and Arizona. I arrived in the US probably about 6, maybe 8 weeks ago. I'm starting to lose count. And this is my very first out-of-state visit. So Arizona was the very first place that I wanted to come to, because, and this has been really brought home to me since I've been here, that this is such a dynamic and vibrant Irish community in a really vibrant and dynamic city, and you are deserving of all of our attention. So I'm really, really proud and honoured to be able to take on this role and to be able to have the opportunity to work with you, and at what is a really exciting time. I mean, Laddie referred to how this has been such a difficult period for all of us. The pandemic has meant that we have lost so much, and lost so much in terms of connection as well. In fact, the consulate in Los Angeles, it opened in 2019, and I think many people probably aren't even aware that we are there, because obviously so much of our activities were curtailed as a result. But we are there now, and we're really, really excited about working with you. And what has really been brought home to me, as I said, is the fact that even though you've gone through this incredibly difficult time, the dynamism, the energy that is within the Irish community here, within the Irish Cultural Centre, the fact that you have put in place this incredibly strategic, forward-looking plan that is going to really impact on the community, not just the Irish community, but the community that you're living in, is just so awe-inspiring. It really is, and I'm delighted to be able to be part of it and to be able to support it, whether that is through the Immigrant Support Programme, as Charles referenced, or in other ways. And I'm really looking forward to getting to know you and working with you. And I want you to know that the consulate is there for you. We are a resource for you. And I'm looking forward, as I said, to being able to work with you over the coming years. So I know I now stand between you and the entertainment. So I'm not going to delay. But I do want to pay tribute to everybody who not only put together tonight's event, but those who have been working so hard in terms of what they've been doing with the Cultural Centre, with the library. In particular, I want to pay tribute to Ciara, to Lynn, to Chaz, to Mary. Your work has been absolutely fantastic. The welcome that you've given me, the hospitality that you've shown me in the few days that I've been here as well, has also been really overwhelming. So thank you so much for that. And then very lastly, I want to say to Doreen, well, thank you for making me cry twice in one day. That's quite an achievement. What you have done and what you continue to do, both for the Irish community that you represent and the Navajo Nation, is incredible, and we are all indebted to you. And you are an incredibly worthy recipient of the Presidential Distinguished Awards. And was so very proud to be the one to be able to tell you that you were the recipient. Congratulations and well done. It's really well deserved.
All right. Thank you so much, Marcella, and welcome to Arizona. We look forward to a long and exciting partnership with you and the LA Consulate. I would like to recognize a few more people here this evening. If you would stand when we are recognizing you. Special guest Tony Fusco from the Arizona Jewish Historical Society. ICLF board members Jim Darty, Bridget Costello, Frank Levy, Breed Dower, Nora Foots, Sean Lee, watching from home, Laddie Shane, Leslie Thompson, the Rose of the ICC, Buffy O'Neill, representatives from Wells Fargo, who are sponsors this evening, and from Shamrock Foods, and the Honorable Doug Little. Thank you all so much for your work and support, and to everyone here in the audience, and to those who sponsored program ads. We are so incredibly grateful for your participation. Now, without further ado, we will now present our 2021 Anam Cara honorees. This year's honorees come from a variety of places, places in life, and from a variety of professions. From Irish dance to stone masonry to Irish pubs to Irish music, we are thrilled to welcome Tom Bracken, Breed Dower, Steve Gomez, and Seamus King to our esteemed list of Anam Cara Gala awardees. If Patricia Pryor and Amanda Harrington would please come to the stage to introduce Tom Bracken.
It is with great pleasure that I thank all of you for coming tonight, because I know how special this is to all of Tom's previous dancers today, and parents of dancers for the past 26 years. Tom first came to town 26 years ago, and when he came, Darren Milady held a meeting to introduce him to the Valley. Tom now knows what I'm going to say, because I wasn't here. My husband, who many of you know, was very quiet most of the time, except when it came to solstice and the children and dancing. And he asked Tom a question, and the question was, Mr. Bracken, how long do you intend to stay in Arizona? Only because our children Dara had had 5 teachers up to that point that were never really around for any length. So I am delighted to say, after 26 years, our friendship has been wonderful, and I hope it continues like that forever. Tom has made so many friends all over the Valley. And as well as that, the thing that's the most important to him are his dancers. He loves them. He takes care of them. He shouts at them. He tells them, yes, no, get that correct. Do it correctly. But guess what? The children always have followed through in some manner or means, have done exceptionally well in the Oireachtas, the Worlds. Amazing. So it is with great pleasure I'm handing this over to one of Tom's dancers, Amanda Harrington.
You can't introduce Tom without having a dancer, so I'm representing so many of us that are here tonight. So maybe the other dancers, if you have danced with Tom previously or currently, if you could just stand. There's so many here. Many of us have danced this gala in the past. And maybe the parents can stand as well, just to show how integrated Tom is in the community. I've been with Tom 25 of those 26 years. If anyone has seen the 12 hand at one of these galas, we were one of the original. In order to create that 12 hand, you had to have Tom standing on a chair in a dance studio in downtown Phoenix yelling at you about lines. So he has shaped so many of us over the years, not only through our dancing and competition. A lot of us have thicker skin, but probably for the better, so thank you, Tom. And I'm so pleased that you're able to have this award. You deserve it. You've done so much for the community. We're happy you stayed here a little longer and continue to come back, and we love you.
Please welcome now Deirdre Hamilton to this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
We'll get a picture in a minute. Talk if you need.
Is there a microphone? Oh,
Yes.
thank you. BAE Cara Gala. I'm extremely honoured to be up here, to be surrounded by such a beautiful, complex building that screams Irishness all around. You know, when I came to the Valley first, in the Irish community was rather small, and I believe they just hung out in a certain couple of pubs, and that was about it. So now it has changed drastically. I'm reminded when I was a teenager, young fella, I have always danced. My three brothers that are here tonight, my cousin, they were all footballers and whatever, but I was the dancer. I actually lost my name somewhere in my teens. I became known as the dancer. But because in Ireland, a long time before River Dance or Lord of the Dance or any of those, they had the Irish Folk Dance Society. And I traveled with the Folk Dance Society for many years, to such an extent that my father said, you know, he used to sing, "Here I go once again with my suitcase in my hand, and I'm making my way down River Road." I've had that suitcase in my hand ever since then, and I ended up in Arizona with that suitcase in my hand. But Arizona at the time, for Irish dancing, as Patricia said, I was not the Irish dance master, the traveling Irish dance master, as much as I was a missionary. So I felt that in bringing the Irish dancing to Arizona, it was somewhat like that. I stood, because the reason I say that is because I started off in Catholic halls, Catholic church halls, waiting for kids to come in the door. It took a long time, but we got there. We got there, and I have taught generations of children in Arizona. And a night like tonight in such a wonderful place is indeed a huge honor for me after this time. I would like to thank the Gala Committee. I would like to thank the Irish Cultural and Learning Foundation. I remember the original Irish Foundation when I came here with Steve, Seamus and Breed out in Margaret Hans Park, where you had a floor for the kids to dance on, and one danced on that side and the other on this. The one on this side bounced the other one up in the air over there while they went up and down dancing their steps. So this is a lot more sophisticated, everything around us. I would like to thank my cousin Tony and his wife Janet, because I'm still traveling. I go back to the original families, the Hotellands, the McNultys, and the Pryors. When I came here with my suitcase in my hand, they gave me a home in Arizona. And thank you very much for the honor that has been bestowed on me now. I accept this. with a wonderful thank you to the Irish community of Arizona who made me welcome in the first instance and have kept me going ever since. Thank you.
We're getting a picture. Squeeze together.
Sorry, just before we go, I am remiss where I meant to start out was to say there's also one other reason why all of this is possible, and that is my teachers that have been with me since the start. They were my students to start. I'd like to acknowledge them. Alexis with her little baby here who stayed for 10 years looking after it. Kieran Noy is down there somewhere. Kieran, could you make your... And Kirsten Hahn, Bailey Delsey, Colin Callahan-Pearson, Dara Pryor, and Amanda Harrington, who said that the most difficult thing about dancing with me was when she got her driver's license and she had to stop off at Starbucks and make sure she got my latte right. Yeah. All right. To those who have made that possible for me, I thank you very much.
Grant, I have a case for you. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now please welcome Deirdre Hamilton to the stage to introduce Breed Dower.
Good evening, everyone. I am Deirdre, and this evening I was asked to introduce Breed. And Breed was supposed to have a little script ready for me when I arrived to introduce her. So I arrived, and I said, okay, where's the script? She said, what do you mean, where's the script? Just talk about me. So I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to say. But Breed I have known. For those of you that are not familiar with the 70s and 80s back in Arizona, there was a bar called the Bandersnatch. Yay! This is when Arizona had maybe less than 1 million or close to 1 million people. I mean, the Valley of the Sun. And now it's got 5 million. So all the Irish came to the Bandersnatch. That was their watering hole. And that's where I got to know Breed. She's young enough to be my daughter, but she was one of the young people that came. I've been here since the early 70s. And she was one of the young people. Well, Graham came before her. We knew Graham first. And then we found out she had a voice. So she really entertained us at the Bandersnatch for many years. And for those of you who don't know, she does a wonderful version of Patricia the Stripper. That was one of my favorites. But next to me is Heather. Heather is younger than me, so she has gone through the baby years with Breed, and she's a wonderful friend. I was there for her. With Mary Bell and all of those. I was there for her before she got married, and I'm happy for her, and thank you very much for honoring her tonight. And here's Heather.
So I didn't know I was going to be a co-star, so I didn't have anything prepared. But I have to say, Breed said to me 3 weeks ago, do you want to go? And I said, we have something going on next week, so I kind of don't. And then she said, would you be my guest? And Linda said to me, you have to go. So here we are. But I am so excited for Breed. She is an amazing friend, and we have grown up together as adults with children, and she is just one of the most amazing people that I know, one of the most caring people that I know, and I'm so happy to call her one of my really good friends. And I am honored to be here tonight for her as she accepts whatever the award is that she's getting, because I'm really not sure. But she's getting something. So anyways, thank you for inviting me up here, Deirdre. I appreciate it. Yes.
We're going to come on up, Breed.
Come on up, Breed.
Thank you. Thanks, Deirdre. Thanks, Heather, baby. So, as I was sharing, I have my speech, by the way, so I'm going to try and be a little bit more scripted and not take up so much time. But anyway, as I was sharing with some of the Irish ladies at Happy Hour that I was being honoured at this event, along with our esteemed guests, Deirdre piped in and said, and why are they honouring you? I'm like, well, why indeed? So I came to Arizona as a wee child of 21 years of age. And I was expecting only a brief stay of 2.5 months, but that was over 30 years ago. Arizona will do that to you. Beautiful, rugged, and filled with opportunities. Greg Morgan, rest in peace, was running Bandersnatch at that time and introduced me to the wonderful fiddle player and lifelong friend, Sheila Maguire. Shortly after that, my husband Graham and I picked Martin Lacey up at the airport with his acoustic guitar carefully packed in a black rubbish sack over his shoulder. And Aisling was born. For any of you that remember Aisling, I'm delighted that some of you do, because I certainly do. Sometime in 1996, Ryan Bowman introduced himself to us in the Bandersnatch. He was a drummer, and we have been bandmates ever since. We were Aisling, we were Sheep Don't Tell for a while, not really sure why, but we were. We were the Breed Hour Band, and for the last 10 years or so, we have been the Big Fellas. Thank you. Those of you who don't know who the big fella was, it was Michael Collins from the foundation of the Irish Free State. That's who the big fella was, and I'm honoured to carry that name as our band. I have had the immense pleasure of working with some of the most amazing musicians who have helped to shape our music and me as a person. And I have been honoured to bring Irish music to the Valley of the Sun and entertain you all while having the time of my life in the process. I'd like to thank my 2 children, Maeve and Connor, for always understanding when I wasn't there at bedtime that I was out with the Irish. Neither of them are here tonight because they themselves are entertaining others in their school show. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Mostly I want to thank my husband Graham for his 28 plus years of love and patience and generosity, and for always talking the crazy out of me. And of course, my heartfelt thanks go to you, the Irish community, for supporting Irish music and making sure that our voices will always be heard. It seems like all I've done is sing for you. But I understand now that singing for you and bringing Irish music to you has helped our Irish immigrants feel that bit closer to home and has helped grow our Irish community to be here for us and for generations to come. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to be part of that community with you. Thank you very much.
Look at that fireworks just for you. Ladies, scoot down. Beep, 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 beep. Yep, looks good. Careful, yeah. Don't drop it. I have two children. I don't drop it. Oh, that's good to know. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay, you ready? One more? One more. Thank you. Thanks very much. Give me a hug. Thank you very much. Very nice. So nice to meet you. Congratulations, Breed. Now, please welcome Mary Moriarty to introduce Steve Gomez.
Where do I stand? Oh, oh Jesus. Good evening. Anyway, I'm going to try to be brief because most people who know me know that I can talk a hole through a pot. I first had the honor of meeting Steve Gomez when he first opened Rulabula in 2000. Now, I had met him up at O'Connor's when we were doing a fundraiser there for the Cultural Center. And the late George O'Brien brought him up there to see bands who were playing at the fundraiser. And when I first met him, I knew he was from back east, from Jersey. And being from New York, we kind of had a little bit of synergy. But I didn't quite know what to make of him. Anyway, living in Tempe, I started going to Rulabula and realized the food was phenomenal. And being a Guinness drinker, he had fantastic Guinness. Now, as I got to know Steve, I really got to like Steve. And what I really knew about him was his generosity. Whenever the parade committee or the Colleen was having the parade or the Colleen, Steve was always there with a sponsorship. When the Cultural Center opened, he was always there as well. And I remember one time he was going to do a vendor booth, and I had wanted him to do the corned beef and cabbage, and I hand-carried the vendor application over to him, and he profusely thanked me, and I said, "Steve, you write the right checks." Steve has been a tireless person with his time and his checkbook, not only for Irish charities, but for the Pat Tillman Association, as well as any charity in need. And when every year we kind of say who we should be honoring, I had been saying for the last couple of years, we really need to honor Steve, because that beautiful famine pot that you see next to on Gorda Moore was a donation from Steve. And I have no idea how he got it here. But I was pushing because I thought nobody deserved the award of a soul friend more than my friend, Steve Gomez. Now what do I do?
For me to say that I consider it a very great honor to receive the Anam Cara Award, and for allowing me to speak to you for a few minutes here. It's a beautiful plaque, and I will include it as one of my most cherished possessions. It is a symbol of heritage and friendship and love with the Irish Cultural Center, the board, the trustees, and all the members. And I thank you deeply from my heart. I didn't really know what to talk about. You know, I didn't want to talk about Irish pubs or Rulabula. Mary did a beautiful job of that, and I thank you for that. You know, being in the pub business is a lifestyle, and I was blessed with that lifestyle for a very long time. So I was asked to speak about what was it like in the old days before the Cultural Center was here, and how did it get started? Well, as some of the speakers have said tonight, you know, there was always an Irish community out there in the desert, believe it or not. And they were hanging out at various pubs, and they said, you know, it would be great to have a place to hang out. But it's great to talk the talk, but getting it done is something else. And what happened to get it done? Norm McClelland and Bill O'Brien is what happened. Now, many of you here that have been around for a long time know those gentlemen, God rest their souls. But some of the newer people here may not. So I want to speak to these gentlemen for those newer people. Now, I'm speaking from my perspective, okay? So I don't know if historically is correct, but it's my perspective. And my perspective is, right now, if Bill and Norm are looking down, they would be extremely proud. What they saw here tonight. The young people coming up, I mean, this is about the third, I would consider it the third generation of the growth of the Irish Cultural Center. You have young people coming up, community involvement, it's widespread, it's statewide, it's going back and forth now to Ireland. It's all good. It's all good, okay? I had the opportunity to first meet Norm McClelland back in 1997, 1998, when I was tasked with working with Guinness USA to bring the Irish pub concept to the United States. And I selected Shamrock as one of our vendors, our national vendors for national support for the rollout program and all their affiliates nationwide. I later became a developer, and that's how Rulabula got developed. And I was talking to Norm McClelland about it. And through Norm, Steve, you got to tell Bill O'Brien about this. I met Bill O'Brien. Now, both these men had the same core values, okay? They were extremely truthful. And what does a string of truthfulness lead to? It leads to integrity, and men with depth of integrity. It leads to love of their community and leadership and work ethic. The thing that got this center really going is work ethic of really Bill O'Brien. Norm McClelland was always there, and he was the juice. He got the attention of the city, because what was the Irish Cultural Center in the beginning? It was an idea. We didn't have a place for it. So the first thing we had to do was get the land. How did we get the land? Land's expensive. We had a connection from the city. We found out that we could get this land donated through a cultural program. That was a big challenge. That happened. Norm helped that happen. Bill helped that happen. And so of the many early people like Jimmy O'Connor, who's no longer here, was very involved in all that. Okay, so we get the land. Now what? Because there's strings attached to the land. If you don't get your charitable organization started legally and properly funded, you're going to lose the land. So this is why it took entrepreneurs to get this started, because you can have no doubt and you can have no fear. And Norm and Bill were like this. Okay, they didn't doubt anything. They were highly religious men. I know for a fact that many a time when we didn't have answers or solutions, a prayer was said, and those prayers were answered. But those prayers were spoken in sincerity, in true need. So the next thing was to get funded, and this is where Bill O'Brien was a genius. The culture in Ireland is one of tribes. The culture is such that they're very territorial, okay? And that's how it was here, and rightfully so. There was a parade committee, and there was a couple pubs over here that had a group, and everybody had various activities. There were dancers, but everybody was doing their own thing separately, and they needed to be united. But there were a lot of egos involved, because the people involved in those activities, they were all leaders too. So Bill O'Brien formed Irish Coalition Center, Irish Coalition Committee. Have any of you seen the green Irish sunstones? Okay. If you had a green Irish sunstone bestowed upon you, you were part of the Irish Coalition. And Bill O'Brien went out to the Indian reservation up in the mountains, and he found these green stones that he bought from a miner somewhere. And he brought them back, and him and Seda O'Brien, his wife, took gold sparkles leaf, and they glued them to those green stones, and they put backings on them. And there are thousands of those stones made. They made every one of those by hand. And I still think some of those are here at the Cultural Center. And Bill would use that as a point to unite people, because that was the Irish Cultural Center. There was no land, there was no building, there was an idea. And that's what started the fundraising. And we raised enough funds, we started the funds going, and we finally applied for a 503c, which is an official charity bestowed upon you by the IRS. And it's funny because I asked for a copy of that earlier to see if I could get some corporations involved with some donations. And the letter I got sent to me from the Irish Cultural Center a few weeks ago is the original letter that Bill O'Brien had asked for. He was the guy on the ground getting it done. It's dated March 23rd, 1999, and the address is 3104 East Camelback Road, which is a little tiny office that we rented temporarily, that he paid for out of his own pocket. Okay? And the fundraising started, and the first thing that we did was a cottage got built in the Great Hall. We raised enough funds for that. Now, Bill was a great leader. He was a leader of leaders. And when we had a dedication ceremony, we finally got this building built. There was a dedication ceremony here. If you look on the corner of this building, you'll see a dark gray or a black cornerstone. That's called the keystone. And that's what you put in when you dedicate a building. And there was a lot of gala, because that was a major, major accomplishment for this project. And the pipers were here, a couple hundred people were here, and speeches were made. And dozens of people were called by name and thanked, just like tonight, for their contributions to get this built, except for one name. You know, there's a famous Chinese philosopher from 2,000 years ago named Lei Song. And he said, a great leader is known because when the people say, look, we did this ourselves, it's a sign of a great leader. And when this building went up, all that gala went, and the praises were going around, everybody was saying, look what we did, we are proud. There was not one mention of Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien made sure everybody else got the credit for that. And at the end of that ceremony, I ran up there and grabbed the mic and I said, you know what? There's one person here that needs to be recognized, and that's Bill O'Brien. And I said a few words about Bill, and somebody with an Irish brogue from the back of the room said, it needed to be said. And I took that Irish sunstone and I held it up and showed it to everybody because everybody knew what it meant. And I placed it underneath the cornerstone that had just got laid to dedicate that building, because I said, I know this building was built on Irish generosity and hard work, but the foundation of this stone was built on the Irish sunstone that Bill O'Brien pulled the community together on. And so that Irish sunstone is still under there. And maybe in 100 years, they'll find that too. So I only have a few minutes, but as the organization grew, we got great people. You got a great board, you got great trustees. You know, I focused on building my business in Rulabula and other charities. But when I was needed, I was always here and I was always called. But in the early days, it was very touch and go. It was like planting a seed, and you have to nurse it every day. And I'm happy to say that Norm McClelland and Bill O'Brien became good friends of mine. You know, both those guys, they went to the University of Arizona. They majored in agriculture. They're Aggies. And they had something in common going all the way back then, and they were best of friends. And there was nothing I enjoyed more than when the two of those guys got together and they invited me to tag along and listen to their stories. So going forward, I think you got a great future. Core values, integrity, honesty, work ethic, love. And this center will last forever. Thank you very much.
Steve. Photo. All right, smile. Look at camera. All right.
And finally, please welcome Jerry McMorrow to introduce Seamus King.
Mic stand and put it up there. How is everyone tonight? It's a lovely evening, isn't it? Well, after listening to what I've listened to tonight and looking around, I am so blessed, as I always say, to be a man that was born in Ireland and with Irish parents that decided by a doctor's note that my mother needed to live in a warm climate, and it wasn't Australia, because that was our first choice. But like a good Irishman, the flights to Australia and everything else were a little steep. So my father landed, excuse me for a second while I adjust this mic. My father landed here in Arizona, and so the saga began, and that's all I'll talk about really about me. I was here, I was actually on a plane going home to Ireland. I married a girl from Mayo, and last couple of weeks ago, I'd say Mary, about a week and a half ago, Mary called me and she said, would you do me a big favor? And I said, of course, Mary Moriarty, of course. Says, would you talk about Seamus King? And would you present the speech to him? So it's, I've got loads of notes. I got 5 minutes. I said, how long can I speak? So if I go over 5, somebody hook me or play music or do whatever they do at the Emmys or wherever they do it. So anyway, but it's my pleasure from the bottom of my heart to be here tonight and to be surrounded by so many good Irish people that I grew up with here in the Valley of the Sun. And I now live in San Diego and have since 1989. So we moved here in the 70s, the McMurrows did, and we were blessed to be musicians, just like Breed Dower, by the way. Another round of applause for Breed. Some of the stories she told is so much like my story, so forgive me. But, you know, Goomis, as we called him, because we played in his bar, Goomis was a bar owner, and he supported Irish music. And I like to think, quite frankly, with all the people around, one of the things that you do after an Irish celebration or doing a celebration is have a load of music. And that's what we hopefully provided to all of you. And that's why we're here with Seamus. Not only is he a stonemason and a phenomenal workman, but he's also a phenomenal musician and a great friend. So before I start and give him his honor tonight, I would be remiss without calling up the person that means everything, and I mean everything in Seamus's life, and that's his lovely wife, Alex King. So if she'd come up here and she'd say a few words, I'll get to the business. I'll make it as short and sweet as I can, but I don't want to miss anything for Seamus because this is such an honor for all the award winners tonight. So here's Alex King. Put your hands together, please.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Jerry because he came back from Ireland and he flew all the way from San Diego over here. And I'm so grateful. Oh, you drove? Well, heck, you drove. And thank you for being here. And thank you for being a friend of ours for many years. So let's talk about Seamus, shall we? Anyway, I met Seamus back in 1995, 96, something like that. And a girlfriend of mine actually said, we going to an Irish pub. And I go, I don't do pubs, so sorry. And she goes like, no, we going tonight. And here was that blonde-headed, short guy. Too short for me. But he became my best friend. And we ended up going in business together. And I have to say something. Seamus is not just a one generation or two generation stonemason. And I'm shaking because I'm freezing, by the way. I really am. And so anyway, he is a third generation stonemason, and it goes back from his grand uncles, back from the 1800s, early 1800s to 1930s. And then Seamus's father took over. And then that's how Seamus became also a stonemason. And he trained in Australia, he trained in Ireland, and he also trained in England. And then he came over here to the US and brought his trade here. He is a phenomenal stonemason, not just a regular person or a regular stonemason. He knows stone. And I have to say, he is an artist. He's my artist. Thank you. But anyway, he has trained me somewhat in the business, okay? And he also trained our son, or my son, since he's 17 years old. And he's now, Travis Seals, he's now 40-something years old, been on his side ever since. And so he is my greatest love. He is the greatest person. And he deserves every bit of it. And I said, I'm not going to cry, and I'm not crying, by the way. Right? But I do want to thank a lot of his friends. I want to thank his brother. And he came all the way over from San Diego, too, just to drive here, just to be here. Many of the other friends showed up, and we are so grateful to have that honor for him because he deserves every bit of it. So I want to welcome Seamus King up to here. Not yet. No. Oh, sorry. We're not doing that yet. Stay. Sit put.
Thank you, Alex. And if you were fortunate enough to know Alex and Seamus like I have been for the last, 25 years, as I said, it seems like a lifetime. And I'd love another lifetime with them. They're just wonderful people. So put your hands together, of course, for both of them, not just Seamus at this point in time. So anyway, I'm going to make this as quick as I can. There's some things that were covered. She covered a few of the things I had. I had called, like I said, I called Mary and I says, what do I need to speak about and how do I do it? She gave me some things. And one of the things that, like I said, where do I start? I'm not sure whether to introduce Seamus or just roast him. And so anyway, and honor him. But anyway, so what we're going to do is I'm going to start it off because so many people did so many things in this community. And in the words, as I said, of the immortal Irish singer Christy Moore, what epitomizes Seamus the best is don't forget your shovel if you want to go to work. And that's Seamus King. And Seamus King has always gone to work, and Seamus King has always showed up. If you ask the man, would you do it before you can finish the sentence, Seamus says, of course I can. And so that's my friend, and he's been that way a long, long time. He's a man of few words, and you'll soon understand a man of actions truly speak louder than words. So what can I say? Let's start here. We should sing this song. Oh, I wish I was on the N17, stone walls and the grass is green, right? So that's where Seamus is from. He's from Galway. He's a Galway man. And I says, how about that? I can't go to my wife's house without passing through that town. Best thing to ever come out of Galway, as I always tell Seamus, is the road out of it, right? So there you go. He doesn't believe a feckin' word I says. Sorry, everyone. Pray for me tomorrow. He was born in the lovely city of Galway, where he decided to move out. He immigrated to the United States, and I think it was 1986. I think if I'm wrong, you can fact check me, because I know that goes around a lot too. So anyway, his parents are Jimmy and Bridie King. They're from Galway, long-term family. 7 boys and 1 girl in the family, as I understand, or I think it's close enough. I think Donnie told me that. His brother's here tonight. So anyway, Seamus loves his family, as they say, you know. His mother, by the way, and father moved to Athenry. And that's the town made famous by your man, Paddy Riley, who sings songs. So everybody can sing, Low lie the fields of Athenry, right? So that's how we know where Seamus's parents live now and where he loves to return. I met him 25 years ago, and I said, when I did meet him, I says, where are you from? He says, of course, Galway. I said, do you have family here? He says, I do, but not really. They're all at home. They're all in Galway. He said, do you see my mom and dad and brothers are back home in Ireland? And he said, sadly, I miss them. I miss them a lot. And so anyway, I said, really? He says, yeah, I got an Irish mother, great Irish mother. And my father is amazing. So I said, yeah, I understand. I have an Irish mother. She's amazing. And so anyway, I says, what do you miss the most? He says, well, no, my mother really misses me. And Seamus's mother is Bridie, and she really does miss him. So to make him come, when he comes home, as you all know, going home to Ireland is a tough go, right? So when you go home, your mother wants to see you, not see you go out with all your friends. So Seamus's mother, my mother would make Irish soda bread. and you'd come home and you'd stick around for a while. Seamus's mother would put a keg of Guinness. Excuse me. Check myself. A keg of Smithwick's on the kitchen floor. And Seamus would spend loads of time with his mother that way. And Seamus sat, as we say, on his hole in the kitchen, drinking pints of Guinness. I am quite sure, after a night of pints of Smithwick's, that Seamus knew exactly how low the fields were in Athenry. So, with that being said, we move on to the 90s. Seamus arrives in Phoenix in 94, 95. He meets up with all the musicians. And as Breed said so eloquently, he went to Bandersnatch like a good man would do. And so anyway, Bandersnatch brought the fledgling Irish music together, and they enjoyed themselves nonstop. And that's where we heard about Seamus with his bass guitar, the only bass guitar player in Ireland, from Ireland in the Valley. And so with that being said, he started to play bass, played in that little band they said, Sheep Don't Tell. Seamus was very concerned if the sheep did tell. He wasn't going to play in the band at all. So anyway, they don't. He played, and then with friends such as Breed said earlier, Breed Dower, Martin Lacey, Sheila McGuire, and then who else was there? Was Kenny McQueen and Ryan Bowman. Sooner but later, Seamus, what's that? Jerica. Was Jerica there? And Sheep Don't Tell? Was she in Sheep Don't Tell? It's Jerica. I didn't know Jerica at the time. Since then, Jerica is playing with the McMurrows, also playing with Breed. Bowman, McMurrows, also played with Breed. And then, of course, Seamus King, who started there, kind of. And then, anyway, we got them all. All the musicians love each other in this town. So, anyway, Seamus he started his company in 1994, King's World of Marble, Lotus Stone. Oh, sorry. Called me off. So, anyway. So, I said, they boys direct us. Only it was engaged to take old Pat with the shovel on his back to the shores of Botany Bay. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. What a trip this has been. Coming from Galway, who'd ever expect that you'd be standing on a stage in Arizona, being remembered with some very, very talented people. Breed, Tom, Rule Boolia. Brilliant pub. We won't ask what happened, but brilliant pub. I remember when we started, there was nothing here. Nothing. We went to the Black Rose,
God, did we drink in the Black Rose? And we talk some shite too. But at the end of the day, we started to get a little vision. I went and I played with the McMurrows in Chicago and in Cleveland. I looked at what Cleveland had achieved as an Irish cultural center. And I brought it back and I said, wow, we can do that here. We started with nothing. We scraped and scraped. We put fireplaces up. We put stone up for sale. We ran every type of raffle that was known to man to get the money to put this together. I am so, so, so proud of what we have achieved here with the Irish Cultural Centre. So proud. I look at, there's a couple of little stories I want to tell you. And they talk about a man, he was a small man, but he had so much in him to get this going. He was a San Patricio, and his name was Bill O'Brien. Very, very, very proud Irish man to have known Bill O'Brien. There was another man that went along with Bill O'Brien, and his name was Howard Adams. He was the man, and it's a simple story. He was watching Kenny Mulqueen one night playing fiddle on stage. And when we came first to Phoenix, no musician was allowed to have a beer on stage. But when he watched Kenny playing the fiddle after 3 pints, he said, Jesus, that fella's friggin' great. He's brilliant. Give him the pints. So he introduced the McMurrow Bill that allows every musician in Arizona to have a pint on stage. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Bill O'Brien done a lot with this center, along with Howard Adams. The two devils came into my office on a Friday evening. Bill called me and he said, Seamus, are you in the office? I said, I sure am. He said, I'll be there in 5 minutes, don't go. I said, fair enough. So he walks in, and right behind him was Honcho Howard Adams. And when you see the two of them coming into the office, you know you're in trouble. So I said, lads, this is kind of a, what are you doing? They said, Seamus, well, we're here about the fireplace. I said, really? Well, we know you have the stone. It's sitting out there. And we're not leaving till you give us a commitment that you're going to put the fireplace in. 7 o'clock, they left. And I signed on that they were going to get the fireplace. With the big stone that's on the Hunger Memorial. We had a lot of problems trying to find that stone. I think we had gone into every major stone yard in Arizona to try and find it. We couldn't find it. I called my friend Dale and I said, Jesus, Dale, I said, you know, is there any place in Arizona that we can go where we can get a crumyak that will fit these dimensions? He said, Jesus, Seamus, he said, hold on a second. He said, let me call Dale Larson. And he called me back in 25 minutes. He said, I know a place in Congress. And he said, they have quite an array. But he said, it's just flatland. But you have to go and you have to look to find that piece. So I said, okay. I said, when can we go? Just like Bill O'Brien. When can I have it? I want it now. I'm not paying for it, but I want it now. Dale said to me, he said, Seamus, he said, okay. He said, let's make a day out of it. We'll go up there on Sunday. So we go up there on Sunday. We're walking for 4 solid hours. And I'm hot. No beer. There's a bit of water there, but there's no beer. After 4 hours of looking and looking and looking, I said, I'm done. I'm out of here. So all 4 of us started to walk back to where we had parked the car. And I swear to God, something said to me, stop and turn around. And when I turned around, that's the stone that I found. I thank you, everybody in the Irish community. I thank my second family, which I can never, ever say enough about, the McMurrough family in this town. They are a pillar of what we stand for as Irish people. And I mean the whole McMurrough family. I want to thank my brother, Donny. I want to thank my stepson, Travis. You are my rock. You are with me all the time. I want to thank my granddaughter, Marley. You are my sweetheart. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come back up here and share what my love is of being an Irish man. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Seamus. I would like to ask everyone to have another big round of applause for our Anam Cara awardees. We thank them all so much for their hard work, years of service, and dedication to the AZ Irish community. So, that concludes the presentation portion of this evening. Please continue to keep bidding on the silent auction online and our 50-50 raffle. It will close tomorrow morning, and every dollar gets us closer to our fundraising goal. We've currently raised $3,500, and we have a goal of $5,000. So that's on all of you to get us there. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Emmy Award-winning, Guinness World Record-breaking, awesome, amazing musical group, the Black Donnellys Dublin, to the stage.
See, okay, no problem. Alrighty. Lovely, great. All right, listen, we'll get it going and then we'll do the show. All right, okay, so. Yeah, too. Alrighty.
Finnegan's Wake, if you do that.
Thought you went home. Look at it. Right, good evening, folks. How are we all doing? Great night, and congratulations to everybody, all the recipients. That's some very, very touching stories to listen to there, and nice to hear about the old sod and being held in such a high regard. So it makes us proud to be Irish. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you.
Two. All sorts of fucking creatures and everything up here. What's that?
That's a bat, David. That's a bat.
Off. Okay, how we doing? Yeah. Jesus, you fuckers can talk, can't you? Here's the story. I won't be long. But in 1970, fuck off. Right, here's a Dublin street song for you.
Tim Finnegan lived on Watton Street, a gentle Irishman, mighty odd. He had a beautiful brogue, so rich and sweet, to rise in a word he carried a heart. See, but Tim had a simple little way, with love for the little, but Tim was born to help him along with his work each day, to drop with the crates every morning. And a whack for me that's where you partner around the floor, you try to shake. Is it true they told you lots of fun, a Finnegan great? Whack for me that's where you partner around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth they told you lots of fun, a Finnegan great? One morning Tim fell out of fall, said well happy which made him shake. Fell from a ladder and he broke his skull. Brought him home, the corpse awake, rolled him up in a nice clean sheet, laid him out upon the bed, got on a porter at his feet, and a bottle of whiskey at his head. Whack for me that, and swing on around the floor, you sort of shake. Wasn't it the truth they showed you lots of fun, a pretty good way? For me that, and swing on around the floor, you sort of shake. Wasn't it the truth they told you lots of fun, a pretty good way? Yeah. His friends assembled at the wake. Mrs. Finnegan called for lunch, but she brought out tea and cake, chicken pie and a whiskey punch. Billy O'Brien began to cry. Nice cars that you ever did see. Team Mavorine, why did you die? Hold your golf, so Paddy McGee. Whack for me now, dance with him on around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I told you lots of fun, a pretty good way? For me down and dance with him on around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I told you lots of fun, a pretty good way? Hey! Go to the job, I bid her wrong, she said I'm sure. Then she slapped her on the gob, left her sprawling on the floor. Then no one had soon engaged, woman to woman and man to man. Shillelagh love was all the rage, and a row and a ruckus soon began. Right for me that, and swing on around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I told you lots of fun, a pretty good way? For me Mummy darling, dance away upon around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I showed you lots of fun, a feeling great? He took his head when I'm on low, whiskey flew at him. I missed him falling on the bed and scattered all over Tim. Tell me, boy, see how he rises till he rises from the bed. Here a Peter Paul, Lord Jesus, Todd, I'm dull, did you think I'm dead? Mummy, that's me upon around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I showed you lots of fun, a feeling is weak? Mummy, that's the way upon around the floor, you try to shake. Wasn't it the truth I showed you lots of fun, a feeling is weak?
Okay, come on! Everybody! Come on, give me your hands. Everybody, come on, keep up with us!
I said, yeehaw!
There you go.
Thank you very much. All righty.
Any more?
Yeah, I'll probably do that.
Deadly.
So, in light of tonight's celebrations and celebrating Irish people and Irish heritage and culture, we want to talk a little bit about Annie Moore. And who she was the first person to cross the threshold when they opened Ellis Island back in 1892. As the story goes, she was standing there 15 years of age, holding her two younger brothers' hands. There was a Swedish man who was in front, and he looked back and he seen Annie there and the two little boys, and he stands back and he goes, you go ahead. So she was the first person to cross over. As her story goes, she's got a lovely backstory. She met this German fella ultimately and went on to live a long life and had 11 children. And there's a lovely memorial of her down on Ellis Island, also in County Cork, in Cove, County Cork, where she comes from. There's a lovely memorial there, and she's buried over in a graveyard in Queens. So if you ever wanted to visit or pay homage to her, and you didn't know that, well, now you do. Anyway, a man called Bill Graham wrote a lovely song called The Oil of Hope and Tears, and we're going to play that for you now. On the first day of January, 1892, over Nellis Island, and they let the people through. And the first to cross the threshold of that isle of hope and tears. But Eddie moved from Ireland, he was only 15 years. Isle of hope, Isle of tears, Isle of freedom, Isle of peace. But it's not the isle you left behind. That isle of hunger, isle of pain, isle you'll never see again. But the isle of home is always on your mind. In a little bag she carried all her past and history, and her plans for the future in the land of liberty. And courage is the passport when your old world disappears. There's no future in the past when you're only 15 years. And isle of hope, isle of tears, isle of freedom, isle of peace. But it's not the isle you left behind. That isle of hunger, isle of pain, isle you'll never see again. But the isle of home is always on your mind. That isle of hope, isle of tears, isle of freedom, isle of peace. But it's not the isle you left behind. That isle of hunger, isle of pain, isle you'll never see again. The isle of home is always on your mind. When they closed down Ellis Island in 1943, 17 million people came there for sanctuary. And in springtime when I came there and I stood upon its piers, I thought of how it might have been when you're only 15 years. Isle of hope, isle of tears, isle of freedom, isle of peace. But it's not the isle you left behind. That isle of hunger, isle of pain, isle you'll never see again. But the isle of home is always on your mind. Yeah, the isle of home is always on your mind, on your mind, on your mind. Thanks very much, folks. Thank you.
Bit of whiskey, yeah? Okay. This song was released in 1972, this week, by a band called Thin Lizzy. Yes. But this is our version of the song.
Ring dum a doo dum a da. Oh! Back for me daddy ho, back for me daddy ho. There's a whiskey in the jar. As I was going over a Cork and Kerry mountains, never Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. First produced my fist, then produced my rear guard, and they never ever I am before receiving my ring dum a doo dum a da. Back for me daddy ho. Back for me dirty old the whiskey that she are. Hey! Well, I took all of his money, was a pretty penny. Took all of his money and I brought it home to Danny. She sighed and she swore, never would she leave me. So the devil said I want, you know there never is a much sharing. I'm a dude, I'm a dog. Back for me daddy, oh, back for me daddy, oh, there's a whiskey in the jar. Some men like the fishing, some men like the bowling, some men like to hear the cannonballs are rolling. Me, I just like sleeping, missing my Molly's chamber. Here I am in prison, here I am with a ball of tin, but sharing dum-a-doo-dum-a-da. Whack for me daddy-o, whack for me daddy-o, there's a whiskey in the jar, but sharing dum-a-doo-dum-a-da. Whack for me daddy-o, whack for me daddy-o, there's a whiskey in the jar. How's there in one game ball? Thank you. Okay, we have Breed. Breed is going to sing a song for us tonight, folks. Please give her a big round of applause.
Yeah, keep coming in.
Yeah. Is he your lead? Is it?
No, no, it's not the guitar. It's the speakers keep going on.
Hello. But you say something, then we can.
Can I take it out of the stand?
Station of you, that's.
Let's see.
By a lonely prison wall, I heard a young one calling, Michael, they are taking you away, for you stole Trevelyan's corn, so the young might see the morn. Now a prison ship lies waiting in the bay. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. By a lonely prison wall, I heard a young man calling. Nothing matters, Mary, when you're free. Against the famine and the crown, I rebelled, they put me down. Now a prison ship lies waiting in the bay. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. From a lonely harbor wall, we watched the last star falling, as the prison ship sailed out against the sky. Now she'll live and hope and pray for her love in Botany Bay. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry. Long lie the fields of Athenry, where once we watched the small free birds fly. Our love was on the wing, we had dreams and songs to sing. It's so lonely round the fields of Athenry.
Very nice, girls. Very nice. Yes, indeed. Wow. There you go. Congratulations tonight, right? You're great. Fair play.
The Black Donnellys, joined by Charlie's Angels.
That deserves one more round of applause, folks. Come on, give it up, give it up. Lovely stuff. Well done, Gets.
You can pull this monitor, the whole volume of it just down a bit. Because we're feeding. Okay.
And don't forget, folks, we take the odd requests, right? So if you got a song you want to hear, feel free to shout it out, all right? And then we'll do our best for you. Say again. Bridge over troubled water.
Let's get speaker up. Let's lower up first. Lower up first. Lower up first. Okay.
When you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. I'm on your side. Oh, it's time to run. And friends just can't be found like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. When you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls so hard, I will comfort you. Oh, I'm by your side. Oh, it's time to run. And pain is all around, like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down like a bridge over troubled water. I will lay me down. Short version, Leo. Okay. How are we going to bring it back up again, folks? In Banbridgetown, in the county down, morning the last night. To the poor green, so sweet Colleen, Violet, she passed me by. She looked so sweet from her two bare feet to the sheen of her brown hair. With a coat and dove, but a string myself, sure I would really there. From Monty Bay up to Cherokee, we're going to Dublin town. Need I've seen like a sweet Colleen, and I'm here in the county down. Hey! As he onward sped, and I shook my head, over the feeling queer. Sets his eyes to a passerby, living in a brown hair. When he smiled at me, and he says to tea, and the gem of oil is proud. Rosie McCamp on the back of the back, started it down, down. From Monty Bay, up in Cherokee, we're going to Dublin town. Need a seal and the sweet Colleen, and I'm here in the county down. That I met in the county Thank you. Hey, the star of the county down. There you go. Cheers. Okay, now that we have your attention, I normally say we're going to bring your focus to our poster, but we don't have our poster with us. So we're called the Black Donnellys. We're from Dublin, in Ireland, and we live in Las Vegas, where we play at Rira Irish venue in the Mandalay Bay. If you ever get to Vegas, come and see us. We're the resident band there. We play 6 nights a week, when we're not touring, that is. But and we've been there for over 7 years. So that's a little bit of the background. But we have this movie out on Amazon Prime. It's called An Irish Story, This Is My Home. It's streaming right now. And it chronicles the Black Donnellys, me and Dave here, going around the United States in pursuit of a Guinness World Record, playing 60 shows in all 50 US states in 40 days. We complete the task in 35 days, which is insane. Yahoo! I love that. But anyways, you know, it's great to say you're going to go from, when you're planning this stuff out, point A to point B in so many hours on Google Maps and all the rest of it. But as Murphy Law goes, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. And we were hit with everything because Mother Nature had an absolutely total different plan for us.
Fucking hated us.
And that included breakdowns, emotional and mechanical. 16,000 miles in the back of an RV that was haunted. I shit you not, somebody else was in there with us. We had breakdowns, we had air conditioning going out, we had, it was towed away on us a few times. Our driver broke his toe driving the RV. How do you even do that? We had hurricanes, we had tornadoes, we had flash floods, we had volcano eruptions in Hawaii, and we had the police chasing us, we'd women chasing us, we'd men chasing us, which is the main reason we're not going back to Idaho Falls anytime soon. That's a whole nother story. But the country is huge, and it was a great experience to do this and go around the country and see every state. Big surprise how big the country was. Second biggest surprise was the amount of people with Irish heritage in every single state that we went to. I mean, we knew about, you know, New York, Chicago, Boston. They're all strongholds where there's a lot of Irish, but we didn't know about Butte, Montana, Savannah, Georgia, St. Paul, Minnesota, Birmingham, Alabama, Jacksonville, Florida. All these places where you have these rather large pockets of very proud Irish Americans, and who are only too happy to tell us who they were and where they came from, and talk about their heritage and their, you know, the whole lineage and the whole thing. When we got down to Ellis Island, we were able to read all the transcripts of all the Irish people that came over to America during, before, and after the famine, and reading their arduous stories about, you know, being at sea between 6 and 12 weeks, jumping on these unseaworthy vessels that were overcrowded and disease-ridden. They contracted diseases like typhoid and tuberculosis. 2 million people left the country. Over 80,000 people were buried at sea, which is a very, very big number. Anyway, it kind of it struck us, you know, reading this stuff, because we hadn't learned about that before. That, at least that side of things. So we have this song. It's an original song. It's called "This Is My Home." This is a dedication to all of them lost souls. Also, it's a tribute to all the people that actually got to America, who came here, who dug in, worked hard, contributed to American society, were an integral part in the build-up of the United States, helping it be the great place that it is today. So to that end, this is our song. It's called "This Is My Home," and it goes like this. Somewhere in here, my heart holds the time for those passing years, in all of its glory and all my fears. I need no ending, no frontiers. Letters and cards from those who I've missed right from the start, the ones who I kissed and broke their heart. Look at me now when I walk right back to the place in my heart, in my heart. But this is my home, and I've been away for far too long from my home. Coming back now, the bad feeling's gone from my home, where the love is in my home again. Did I not cry a tear for that crocodile? But I'm not crying now, 'cause I'm not there, and there's you're not me. And I won't change for anyone. How can you hear the sound of those voices singing across these foreign skies? When your return walks to their demise, walking in circles, why, why? Why, oh, why, oh, why? Why? This is my home, and I've been away for far too long from my home. Coming back now, for the bad feeling's gone. From my home, where the love is, in my home again. For long is the night, and you're starting to fight with yourself, but you're not gonna give in. And you're crying inside, and it's so hard to hide from the way that you really are feeling. And here's something I believe in. This is my home, and I've been away for far too long from my home. Come back now, the bad feeling's gone. From my home, where the love is, in my home again. Oh, yeah. Oh, 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 oh. In my home now, and I'm back in my home now. In my home, where the love is, in my home again. This is my home, and I've been away for far too long from my home. Coming back now, the bad feeling's gone. From my home, where the love is, in my home again. Here I stay for the rest of my days, 'cause this is my home. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. How are y'all doing? Y'all still alive, yeah? Still with us? Okay. Oh, yes. Cheers. Here's where it gets weird.
We're already there, Dave. We're already there.
Cheers, everybody. Sláinte. Sláinte. Right. You watch the movie, you'll see a lot of this stuff in it. No. I know this is a tune by WB8.
It was a June morning. I stood there naked.
I'm gonna recite Ulysses to you now. On mandolin.
I was walking on the beach in Sea Point.
Right, now, I'm gonna do this. Stop fucking talking and start clapping, right? Come on!
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just scouring the room here. Do, 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 do. It's amazing what you can't see with them lights, isn't it? I think the place is bleeding packed. Okay. Anybody in love? Hands up. 1, 2, 3. Over there. Okay. It's great, isn't it? This is the world we live in today, folks.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
I'm gonna give you a little song by Lady Gaga. Would you like that?
Just of where we are.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna tell you a story about your ma. That's what I was gonna ask you to do.
Yeah, actually I'm sober, so I probably won't break down.
Yeah. I gotta make a request for him to sing this song. Right. Listen to me. Dave lost his mum during the pandemic, and he couldn't get home. And it was fairly stressful now, you know what I mean? At times. But he started singing this song, and it turned out to be, he didn't know, his mother's favourite song at the time. And it became a very big part of our set. And just where we are now and where we're standing, I think he should sing it.
It's very poignant.
It's very poignant, and I think his mammy be looking at him now, going, look at you in Arizona thinking you're a rock star with your Emmy and the whole lot.
And your stupid hat.
And your stupid hat.
which is what you'd probably say.
Stupid band you're in.
Get away from that Egypt. That Arizona sky burning in your eyes. You look at me and babe, I wanna catch on fire. It's buried in my soul. California gold. You found the light in me that I could not find. When I'm all chilled up and I can't find the word. Every time we say goodbye, that it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band will play, I'll always remember us this way. Lovers in the night, always riding right. We don't know how to ride, but damn we try. All I really know is where I wanna go. It's the part of you that me will never die. When I'm all choked up and I can't find the words. Every time we say goodbye, baby, it hurts. When the sun goes down and the band won't play, I'll always remember us this way. I don't wanna be another Mary, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. When I'm all choked up and I can't find the words. I'll always remember us this way. This way, that Arizona sky. Yeah! Thank you very much. So that was for Frano. Safe travels. July, 806 we set sail on a sea called the Calm. We were sailing away with a cargo of rich from the Grand City Hall in New York. What a wonderful craft she was hovering out. Oh, how the wild wind drove her. She takes the 7 knots, she 37 miles. We call her the Irish Rover. On the backs of the lid, there was Hogan from County Tyrone. There was old Mickey Kirk, scared civil work, and a man from his feet all alone. There was Slugger O'Toole from Gallaroo, fighting the Tracy from Dover. And the man in the car, on the bikes of the man, the skipper of the Irish Rover. ceased when the measles broke out and the ship lost its way in the fog. And the whole of the crew were reduced down to two, Captain me and his old dog. Now the ship struck a rock, oh Lord, what a shock! Oh, did it turn right over? It turned 9 times around, and the poor old dog was around. And the last of the Irish road. Hey! Hell yeah! And we've been thinking about it, Leo. Leo. Oh, Leo. Is Tom Montgomery here, is he? Right, come on, Tom, let's be having you. Tom's going to sing a song with us. He's the owner of the pub we're going to later. Where is he? Oh, see him. Okay, nice one. Thanks. Do you all know this rock star? Give him a round of applause. Tom, get over there beside David there.
Over here there.
Whatever you like, man. Yeah, it's all good. Whatever you want. All right. Sorry, boy. We're just talking money. Hold on a second.
Cash or check, David? Or Zelle? Venmo.
Cash or he's not singing.
It's going to be a Venmo tonight, guys. A Venmo kind of night. But hey, just again, congratulations to all the award winners tonight, and great evening, and to the Black Donnellys here all the way from Vegas. I'm just gonna do a little something a cappella real quick, and it's a song called Irish Ways, Irish Laws. Once upon a time there was Irish ways and Irish laws, and villages of Irish blood, working to the morning, working to the morning. Then the Vikings came around. They turned us up and they turned us down. And they started building boats and towns. They tried to change our living. They tried to change our living. Then Cromwell and the soldiers came. They started centuries of shame, and they shot the farmers in the fields that were working for a living. They were working for a living. Again and again the soldiers came. They burnt our houses and stole our grain, but they could not make us turn. We are a river flowing. We are a river flowing. Today the struggle carries on. I wonder, will I live so long to see the gates being opened up to a people and their freedom, to a people and their freedom. Once upon a time there was Irish ways and Irish laws, and villages of Irish blood that were working to the morning, working to the morning. Thank you so much for listening to that.
I really enjoyed that. Good job, Tom. Nice one. Thank you. What are you doing here? How are we all doing, folks? Everybody okay? All righty. There's more people here than I thought there was with the lights and stuff. So nice one. Thank you. Do you have something in mind there, David?
I think zombie something and they never walk alone in Borna.
Right. Folks, as I was saying before about our movie, it's called An Irish Story, This Is My Home. Go and look at it. It's on all the major platforms. It's on Amazon Prime, Roku. Roku, Jesus Christ. Roku, it's on Apple TV, Google Play, iTunes. You'll get it anywhere and everywhere. And hopefully we'll be coming back to do a showing of it and a performance as well. We're in the middle of a new documentary at the moment. It's called Through a Storm. We'll be releasing a charity single in conjunction with the Siller Foundation of the New York FDNY, New York Fire Department. And we'll be working closely with them on the charity as well. So, but that's a little bit on down the road. But we will be playing you that single, You'll Never Walk Alone. Before we do any of that, we're going to go back to County Limerick, and this is our tribute to the lovely Dolores O'Riordan, who passed away far too early. Was a great ambassador for Irish music on the world stage, and yeah, sadly gone too soon. This is Zombie, and it goes like this. When the violence causes silence, who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. Your head, they are my tail, with their touch and their bombs and their gowns. In your head, they are crying.
Sing it if you know it.
It's in your head. Zombie, zombie. taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old scene since 1960. In your head, they are voices with their gangs, their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. Come on! It's in our head. Zombie, yeah, it's in our head. Your head, zombie, zombie. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. In the movie, all the songs and tunes, and mostly they're all original songs, but we had to put one cover in That was due to the fact that our director loved the song because he thought it was the first time he ever heard it. It fucking wasn't. Anyway, he was like, oh, you got to do that song. I said, man, we've been playing this song to death forever. Anyway, we had to do it. It made it onto the screen because he edited it, so he wanted it on. And we had to pay Bob Dylan $1,000 to use it.
He was getting a perm that week.
Yeah. And Bob Dylan's 80 today, is he? So we had to give Bob Dylan some money for a birthday cake. So we are actually the only band legally allowed to play this song.
Nobody else has paid them, that's for sure.
Heading down south in the land of pine, on my way to North Carolina. Turn on the road, pray to God I see headlines. Laying down in the coast in 17 hours, leave me a bouquet top of a house. Hoping for Friday, I can see my baby tonight. Come on, you rock me, mama, like a wagon. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Yeah, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a shower rain. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. Mama, rock me. Oh, mama, rock me. Baby, play the guitar, think about it now. But they're not gonna win, just keep it get me now. Lost my money playing poker, so I had on the lead. I ain't turning back, living that old life no more. Are you singing? Oh, rock me, mama. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Yeah. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a southbound train. Hey, yeah, yeah. Mama, rock me. Oh, mama, rock me. He's headed west through the Cumberland Gap to Johnston City, Tennessee. I gotta get a move on before the sun. My baby called about it, and I know the city only one, and if I die right, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Yeah, mama, rock me. Rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like a Shabbat train. Hey, mama, rock me. Oh, mama, rock me.
Thank you very much.
Everything, yeah. It's worth every penny of that $1,000. Oh, yeah. Oh, Bob thinks so.
Probably bought a new comb for that bleeding there.
Okay, how we all doing? We all good? Okay. We'll do a few more and then we'll go and get wrecked. How's that? Yes, I know you want to go get wrecked anyway. I think.
Someone's got a really high-pitched voice back there. Who is it? Put your hand up. No. It was more... It's Kira, is it? Is that you? Okay. Thanks, man. That's actually better. Ding dong. I should have just asked you to just bring them down a little bit and we'd be able to see everybody then. But that'd be just thinking normal, you know what I mean? That'd be just normal. I amaze myself sometimes.
Yeah. What did you say? When you walk and tune?
Yeah. So we're going to bring out a charity single. As I was saying, it's in support of the Siller Foundation. What they are and who they are is they look after all the first responders, their families. It was a congregation put together to pay off their mortgages and college fees and all that kind of stuff. It's an absolutely stellar charity. If you ever get a chance, just even to look it up out of interest, if nothing else. We're going to be working closely with them with this and putting on a show in New York as well. So we're really looking forward to that. Anyway, we picked this song because we thought it was a nice, not only because I'm a Liverpool fan, but which is their song, but it's not only that. It's one of them songs that it's kind of uplifting in a time of need, and it's called "You'll Never Walk Alone." I'm going to do it for you now.
No, I'm okay for the moment.
Yeah, a song made famous by Jerry and the Pacemakers, although it's from the play Carousel. A Rodgers and Hammerstein song. Yeah. Right in the fucking end. After the 20th time we're here. When you walk through the storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dawn. At the end of the storm, there's a golden sky and a sweet silver song how long. Walk on through the wind. Walk on through the rain. Though your dreams reach out and blow. Walk on, walk on, we'll hold in your heart, and you'll never alone.
Walk on, walk on, we'll hold your heart, and you'll never
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Folks, thank you very much for inviting us here again to be at the Anam Cara Gala. It's been an absolute pleasure once again. Leo, you're an absolute gentleman. Thank you very much for looking after us and all that kind of stuff. I hope it was a successful night. It looked like it was. Great. Again, a huge congratulations to all of the appointees and all of the people that received their awards tonight. It's always a pleasure to come down here. We're always looked after so well. We love playing for you. It's great stuff. And you're all great people. So we will be coming back. We're going to be going on tour in 2022. So at a theatre near you. So come and see us. And probably a few other little bits and pieces as well. So again, thank you very much. For myself and for Dave Brown, we're the Black Donnellys. Thank you very much indeed. Good night and God bless. Don't forget, folks, we got some CDs with us as well. If you like our music, we got some CDs on sale. Talk to us, okay? Cheers. Have a great night. Thanks very much indeed. Cheers. Someone say